It's the same.
Getting better.
You live?
Commissioner?
Yes. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting for Tuesday, September 9th, 2023. A very special day, and it is the last Commissioners Court meeting for our County Administrator, G.K. Manius. Let's start off with a round of applause for him. We got a very momentous day over here, and then I don't think we have had a creature in our Commissioner Court meeting before, but welcome. So I now call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner of Precinct 1.
Present.
Alyssa Simmons, Commissioner of Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Pickens, Commissioner of Precinct 3.
Here.
Whitney Ramirez, Commissioner of Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution quorum.
Thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Curtis Woodliff, the Executive Pastor of High Ridge Church in Fort Worth. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges.
Let's pray. Father, we just thank you for this day that you have made. Lord, we thank you for this cooler weather that you brought with it. Father, I thank you for these people and leaders in here today serving you and serving this county. Lord, I ask that you would just give them wisdom to do all that needs to be done. Lord, not earthly wisdom, but the wisdom that is from above that you describe in James. It is pure, peaceable, gentle, willing to yield, full of mercy and good fruits, without hypocrisy and without any partiality. And Lord, as they pour out to your people, Lord, I pray that you would just pour out your blessings unto them. Lord, bless them in all that they do as they come in and as they go out. And Father, I also pray that for provision for Tarrant County and for all that you're doing here, that everything that needs to be done in this county, Lord, that we will have the provision to do that. And I ask this in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Manius, I know we have a couple of agenda announcements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we do have a number of announcements as it relates to the agenda this morning. First of all, we're going to pull several items off of the closed agenda so that the consent agenda, so that we can go ahead and address those as they come forward.
Speak up, please.
Yes, I surely will. Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit louder then. Everything's good. We're just going to talk a little bit louder. So we have several items as it relates to the agenda that are on consent and that we are now going to ask that they be removed from consent. We'll either consider those during the time that we approach them on the agenda, or there are some that we might want to talk about in closed prior to us addressing them in open session. So under the County Administrator section, item number 1 is not a consent item, but is something that I believe that the court would like to go into closed session and discuss prior to coming out and taking any action, any possible action as it relates to that. So we're going to hold that until after close. On item number 12, under the County Administrator section, we're going to remove that from consent, and also we are going to be talking about that in closed session prior to being addressed by the court in open session. Also under the County Administrator section, Your Honor, on item number 18, this is an amendment to the ILA contract between Tarrant County and MHMR, we do have a audience participation form as it relates to that one, so we're going to remove that from the consent agenda also. And then finally, under the administrator section, item number 24, A24. Once again, we're going to remove that from the consent agenda, and we will discuss that after we return from closed session. As we move through the agenda, we get to the Criminal District Attorney's Office, item D2. This is a settlement issue. We're going to remove that from consent because we have an audience participation form on that. We will consider that. I imagine we'll probably hear the audience participation first, and then if the District Attorney's Office would like to take that into close, let us know, and we'll do that and then come back to action. Also, members of the court, as we get into the purchasing agent section, just a note, item J26, this is the permission to take bids. We're going to remove one element of that permission to take bids and hold that until our next court meeting, which is October 3rd. And that one deals with item J, and it deals with going out for an RFP or a bid for construction services related to expansion of certain buildings or renovation of certain buildings at the resource connection. So that's a lot. We just have a number of audience participation forms. I believe that you all have those up in front of you. As we go through those, I know they were just delivered to you, and so whenever we'll work our way through that as we approach different items on the agenda. Your Honor, do you have a comment?
Yeah, related to the consent agenda, A12 removed, A12 removed for closed, A18 removed for comment, A24 removed for closed, D2 removed for comment, and then on item J26, what is and that's the regular agenda, not the consent. What is being removed?
That one item that is on there, that is the permission to take bids. The court might remember that we have a whole listing of bids that we want to go out on. One of those that we're going to ask that we hold for a week is going to be the one, I believe it's item J on that, and it deals with the bid or the RFP to do reconstruction at the resource connection.
Okay, got it.
That deals with the public health clinic.
Got it. Okay.
Was there something before A12?
It was the county
A1
administrator
is going to do
section,
closed
A1.
before,
Okay.
but it's
My
not.
understanding that
Yeah,
the
we're
court
going to
would like to go
closed.
into closed and have a quick discussion on that before you come out.
Thank you.
And do that. Talking about closed session, Your Honor, I think that what we might want to do is, because we have some items that are on my section that you want to talk about before we take action. Once we get past the consent agenda and also the public hearings, get into the reports and business, it may be appropriate at that time if the Commissioners Court go into closed session, discuss various items that are on closed session that we're going to take into closed session in order for the court to receive advice of counsel.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
The last meeting, that was a lot of agenda announcements.
A lot of stuff, yeah. All right, Commissioners Court announcements. Any announcements from the commissioners? I know Gary has his event, yeah.
We've got our Empowering Seniors event coming up next Thursday, a week from today. That's September 28th, 8:30 to 1:30. Its location is at the Hearst Conference Center. We've got 135 exhibitors, 12 workshops, 3 sessions of Ask the Doctor, 3 sessions of, again, Ask the Doctor. We got 10 food booths. Scooter's Coffee is one of our special involved companies. We've got a special guest as Wally Funk. Anybody know who Wally Funk is? She flew to space in her 80s. She is going to be there. She started out as an astronaut in the late 50s. A 1950s theme. We'll have live entertainment with Frank Sinatra style vocals and bingo, door prizes, and a $500 grand prize drawing. And you can register at empoweringseniors.com or call our office at 817-248-6295. So thank you, and come to Empowering Seniors next Thursday.
All right, thanks, sir. Any other announcements? All right, seeing none. Time to hit the minutes. Do we have any corrections, or does someone wish to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval.
Now we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, Commissioner Brooks, you abstaining on this one? All right, passes unanimously. And next up, we have the proclamation section. And the first proclamation, unfortunately, no one could be here today for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, but we will present this to the Kids Cancer Connection, Inc., to honor the patient services they provide throughout Tarrant County at a later date. But we are proclaiming, if this passes the court, that this month is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection are doing everything they can to stop out this horrible situation for children. I would move that we approve this proclamation.
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Okay, it passes. It is approved. Next up, we have a congratulatory resolution from Thomas S. Byrne Incorporated, their 100th anniversary. Do we have anybody there from Thomas S. Byrne? Okay, we're going to read this, and then we'll be happy to take a picture down here if that's what you want to do. The proclamation reads as follows. Thomas S. Byrne Incorporated is a pioneering force in the construction industry in Tarrant County and is celebrating its 100th anniversary. Thomas S. Byrne Incorporated, a distinguished construction services firm, was founded on July 17, 1923 in Fort Worth, Texas by visionary Thomas Snead Byrne, a native Texan and an esteemed alumnus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Throughout its illustrious history, Byrne has left an indelible mark on the state of Texas, shaping much of the Texas skyline. From its first milestone project completed in 1928, the Montgomery Ward's regional headquarters, to the Kimball Art Museum in Fort Worth, Byrne has consistently exceeded expectations and set new standards for architecturally significant and high-quality projects. In 1995, John Avila Jr. acquired Thomas S. Byrne, expanding the company's presence and influence, and in 2015, a new chapter began as John Avila Jr. passed on the mantle of chairman to his sons Matthew and Paul, who have since taken on the roles of CEO and COO. Thomas S. Byrne Incorporated has contributed to the development of Tarrant County, and its commitment to quality is a shining example for the industry to follow. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, extend our congratulations and sincere appreciation to Thomas S. Byrne Incorporated on its 100th anniversary, and we commend Thomas S. Byrne Incorporated for its dedication to excellence and wish for continued success in the years to come. And I will make a motion to approve that. We have a motion and a second. Come on up and feel free to take the microphone here and say a few words. Please cast your votes. All right, it passes unanimously.
They did a great job in building our building there in Hurst, and it still looks just almost like it did the day we walked in it.
Including the red grout in his
Including the red.
Yes,
If you had just done that in all of that.
So thank you. I just want to, on behalf of the Byrne employees, past and present, and myself and my father, and Brother Paul to thank the Commissioners Court for recognizing, helping us celebrate a century, and we're looking forward to the next century. And it's been a real privilege to be part of the storied history of Tarrant County and Fort Worth, and we're looking forward to many more years. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor Lewis.
I believe next up is Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got 3 proclamations this morning. We'll start off with the Tarrant Area Food Bank, a proclamation recognizing Hunger Action Month. And it reads, whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in North Texas, where 1 in 6 people face hunger and 1 in every 4 children do not know where their next meal will come from. And whereas Tarrant County, Texas is committed to taking steps to combat hunger in every part of our community and to provide additional resources that those in our county need. And whereas Tarrant County is committed to working with Tarrant Area Food Bank, a member of the Feeding America National Network of Food Banks, in educating people about the role and importance of food banks in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas approximately 500,000 individuals living across the Tarrant Area Food Bank's 13 county service area face food insecurity and rely on emergency food resources and services provided by the Tarrant Area Food Bank annually, including more than 250,000 residents in Tarrant County. And whereas the Tarrant Area Food Bank provided approximately 50 million meals across its 13 county service area in fiscal year 2023, including approximately 33 million meals in Tarrant County through its network of partner agencies. And whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to encourage the public to join Tarrant Area Food Bank's efforts to alleviate hunger by taking action, including volunteering, donating, and advocating for hunger-ending solutions to ensure every community and everybody in it has the food they need to thrive. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Hunger Action Month in Tarrant County and urge all citizens to actively participate in innovative programs to solve the issue of hunger in our community. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 19th day of September 2023. Your Honor, I move approval of this proclamation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Is Julie Butner, the CEO of the Tarrant County Food Bank, present? Join me at the podium, please, Julie.
I just want to say thank you very much to you, Judge O'Hare, and to the Commissioners Court for supporting Tarrant Area Food Bank for over 40 years now, and also for leading by example. Every year, the court does a birthday cake assembly. It's a competition, and they donate well over 300 birthday cakes each year to the Tarrant Area Food Bank. They're, oftentimes when you're hungry, you don't have the money for the extras. And so donating a birthday cake means a lot to the people that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, it is my pleasure and privilege to present this proclamation recognizing Texas Christian University's 150th anniversary celebration. Go Frogs! And it reads, whereas Texas Christian University was founded in 1873 as one of the first universities west of the Mississippi River to educate both men and women. And whereas today, Texas Christian University offers an unmatched student experience and academic environment to students from diverse backgrounds from Fort Worth, Tarrant County, and across the globe. And whereas Texas Christian University is a world-class, values-centered private university comprised of 9 schools and colleges, and has a legacy of creating leaders who shape and improve the world for the greater good. And whereas Texas Christian University's students, faculty, and staff offer valuable research, scholarly activity, artistic and cultural assets, and a diverse array of talent and significant economic benefit to our region. And whereas Texas Christian University's sesquicentennial celebration celebrates 150 years of rich and multifaceted history that is inextricably tied to Fort Worth and Tarrant County's own history. And their story together can be defined by the impact that results when a powerful community comes together to dream, collaborate, and build a stronger future. And whereas Texas Christian University's sesquicentennial celebration, Lead On, celebrating 150 years of TCU, is a moment to reaffirm and celebrate the shared spirit, values, and impact that connects Horned Frogs to each other and to the Tarrant County community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Texas Christian University's 150th anniversary and celebrate the year 2023 as Texas Christian University's sesquicentennial celebration. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 19th day of September, 2023. In your honor, I move approval of this proclamation.
Second. We have a motion and a second on the proclamation. Any discussion?
I have a one point. I had to fight Commissioner Brooks for this resolution, and I remind him, while he has TCU in his precinct, I have the new medical school.
How do you do that horn frog signal? Is that it? No. All right. I knew I would get some boos. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Please cast your votes. All right. Passes unanimously.
We are privileged to have with us this morning the Chancellor of TCU, Dr. Victor J. Bashini, Jr., the President of TCU, Daniel W. Pullen, Dr. Omar Harvey, Chair of the Faculty Senate, Robin Reed, Chair of the Staff Assembly, Joe Winnick, Student Government Association President, Annie Cowden, Graduate Student Senate President, Super Frog, TCU's mascot, and TCU's first African-American homecoming queen, Dr. Jennifer Giddings Brooks. Come on, frogs, let's do it. Oh, okay, sure. Lead the parade. Some of you down, move and pose. Mr. President. Yeah. Red Sea, right?
And on the outside, just kind of face out.
One frogs up.
Yeah, let's do frogs up. Perfect. We're going to grab one in the proclamation. So, Treasurer, can you let me have you put your hand?
Okay, we'll put the podium back.
last one, I promise.
Sure do produce some good students.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for recognizing Texas Christian University. We hope you feel we've been a good part of Tarrant County because we feel like Tarrant County's been awfully good to us. To the folks from Thomas Byrne, 100 years, I want to say, what big babies. Thank you very much. And we have a small token of our appreciation for you. We've been on the table. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
The baseball hat for Judge O'Hare.
We'll wear it.
And finally,
Here we have a baseball cap for you.
There you go.
Here. Sorry.
Put it on now.
That's with the hair here.
Get that shot. There you go.
September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. And this means a lot to me as a prostate cancer survivor. This proclamation reads, whereas prostate cancer constitutes 14.7% of all male cancer diagnoses and 5.7% of all male cancer deaths. And whereas in Texas, an estimated 17,230 new cases of prostate cancer and an estimated 2,290 deaths will occur in 2023. And whereas prostate cancer is the second most diagnosed cancer in American men, behind skin cancer, and the second leading cause of cancer death in men, behind lung cancer. And whereas this year, approximately 288,300 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in the United States, and roughly 34,700 will die from the disease. And whereas 1 in 8 men are diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime, prostate cancer is more likely to develop in older men and in non-Hispanic black men. About 6 cases in 10 are diagnosed in men who are 65 and older, and it is rare in men under 40. The average age of men when they are first diagnosed is about 66. And whereas prostate cancer education and early detection strategies are critical to saving lives and preserving and protecting our families. And whereas the citizens of Tarrant County are encouraged to increase their personal awareness of prostate cancer and of the importance of early detection. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month and urge all citizens to take the initiative to increase public awareness in our community to prevent, detect, and treat this disease. In witness whereof we are hereunto set our hands and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 19th day of September 2023. In your honor, I move approval of this proclamation.
I will second that. We have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Any further discussion? I'll add one thing. The traditional method that people are all too familiar with of how they check, doctors are really getting away from that.
That is correct.
And men need to know that they do it now by a simple blood test. So it's important to do. And I've known two good friends in the last 6 months that found out they had it, that didn't regularly check. So we have a motion and a second. With no further discussion, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
I would ask my good friend Dr. Keith Argenbright, the CEO, the director of Moncrief Cancer Institute, CEO, medical director, all of the above.
It was about 2 years ago that this court generously granted funds for Moncrief Cancer Institute to create a countywide prostate cancer screening program. And in the past 12 months, we performed over 1,000 of those prostate cancer screenings. And as Judge, you mentioned all of those are blood tests. Those 1,000 resulted in 73 abnormal blood tests, which then led to 39 MRI scans, which led to 11 biopsies, which led to 9 men, the youngest being age 53, being diagnosed with prostate cancer. So thank you for helping us find these men and diagnosing them early when treatment is still very effective. This Saturday, the Good Shepherd Temple of Praise mobile event will occur at the church, and that is because one of their church members was diagnosed with prostate cancer in May of 2023. And for his 54th birthday, he is seeking 54 black men to get screened for prostate cancer. And so this event that you are supporting will include a DJ, health screenings, a food truck, and a car show. And finally, I want to thank two critical partners in this effort along with the Moncrief Cancer Institute. First is the JPS Health System, who have been a wonderful partner with us in helping move these men through from screening to diagnosis to treatment. And then the second is where it all started with Commissioner Brooks and Healthy Lives Matter some 10 plus years ago. And we look forward to continuing that effort with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. I am delighted to present this proclamation honoring the Center for Mexican American Studies at UT Arlington on its 30th anniversary and in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas, through the efforts of State Representative Roberto Alonso of Dallas, the 73rd Texas Legislature authorized the creation of the Center for Mexican American Studies In 1993, as the University of Texas at Arlington's focal point for interdisciplinary education, research, publication, and public outreach activities relating to Mexican Americans. And whereas the center began operating under its founding director, Jose Angel Gutierrez, and whereas CMAS is commemorating its 30th anniversary of conducting scholarship, research, and advocacy in the field of Mexican American studies and has worked tirelessly to advance knowledge and understanding of Mexican American history, culture, and contributions to our society. And whereas the center plays a pivotal role in nurturing future leaders equipped to engage with the challenges and opportunities of a globalized world, and whereas we commend CMAS for its unwavering dedication to social progress, and whereas September 15th through October 15th is recognized as Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrating the rich cultural contributions and achievements of Hispanic and Latino individuals in the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the Center for Mexican American Studies and pledge to promote its continued success and prosperity. We designate September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Tarrant County. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to the Center as an expression of our sincere appreciation for its outstanding contributions to our shared commitment to diversity, inclusivity, and mutual respect. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 19th day of September 2023. I move adoption of this proclamation.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. It passes unanimously.
And so with us today, I think we have a pretty decent-sized contingent from UTA. Jose Ayala Rodriguez, instructor of Mexican American Studies and Political Science, if you would come up. Martin Lujan, Director of Government Relations. Y'all come up front. Diana Botello, Center for Mexican American Studies Administrator. Rodrigo Liciola, CMAS's Communication Specialist and History Major. Monica Lopez, CMAS Program Director, Coordinator. Dr. Aaron Murrah Mandrill, Professor of English and Mexican American Studies. Dr. Cristina Salinas, Professor of History and Mexican American Studies. Vanya Sinha, CMAS Web Designer and Master of Information Systems student. Dr. Vinicio Cinta, Professor of Communication and Mexican American Studies, and Dr. Xavier Medina Vidal, Professor of Political Science and CMAS's Director. Are all y'all here? All right, I'm gonna come and take a picture with you guys.
Did y'all cancel classes this morning?
Yes, if all the court members would join me, that would be great.
Give that to these guys. I'll make sure they do. Thank you. My hand's back.
Thank you.
Did we vote on that?
Did we vote on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor, and Commissioners. Commissioner Simmons, thank you very much for this recognition. Yes, the Center for Mexican American Studies is very proud of the work we do. We are proud that our students, many of them come from Tarrant County, and many are children of immigrants from Mexico, but also native Tejanos. And we're very proud of the history we have here in Texas. Our center is proud to instill American values, Mexican American values, and Texan values in our students. And we have so many alumni who are such talented professionals that are serving here in Texas and here in Tarrant County. I want to take advantage of this moment to invite all of you to our kickoff anniversary, December 1st at the university. We'll be having a special event there on December 1st. And I just want to thank all of you commissioners for your service to the county, and congratulations to administrator as well. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we come to the consent agenda. Items A12, 18, and 24, as well as D2 have been removed. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. I would ask that next week we have on the agenda, consent or not, doesn't matter, the issue that we had this week related to the criminal court associate judges, the same related to family and probate. So for the next agenda. And with that, we move to
Public hearings?
public hearings.
Your Honor, before we go into that section, and I would like to introduce someone to you. Some of you know this person very well. I've known her for a little while. And my wife Linda is here today. So Linda, would you stand up? We've only been married 47, almost 48 years now, and she's already told me that she'll probably be talking with each and every one of you. She wants me to find some part-time work. It's amazing. We say we're going to be home together, and I kind of grin at that, and I see fear basically showing up. We'll have to talk later on.
I'd like to add that Linda taught at least one of my children in preschool.
And I'd like to apologize to Linda for the 4 a.m. text. That's me.
And I'd like to offer GK that job as a motor grader.
All right, public hearing.
So, Your Honor, on item A, this is a public hearing to consider the Tarrant County government's fiscal year 2024 budget. We're going to do the public hearings first, then we get to the administrator section, we'll take action on these. But the FY 2024 budget is at a high-level cost center and account group categories as follows. The general fund is $800,143,509. The road and bridge fund is $49,918 $49,918,859, and the debt service fund is $46,537,880, for a total of $896,600,248.
All right, so this is a public hearing. We do have one person signed up to speak to this item, and that is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wish to bring to your attention the fact that your budget for next year may have to accommodate some paybacks for federal contracts that were not properly bid before they were issued. One of them is the $18 million presently in existence contract with MTC, the firm that provides the management for the Garza County Jail, where you have inmates incarcerated. The terms of that contract were incredibly favorable to MTC. You guaranteed them $18 million, regardless of the level of service that might be provided. There was an original contract provision that they were to give you 422 beds. They didn't. There were supposed to be 422 beds available on the 1st of October. You didn't get beds until the end of October. You never got the full 422 beds. So what you had was a contract that you let ride for a fixed price of $18 million with no specification of exactly what it was you would be paying for, and you didn't solicit competitive bids to get that contract. You're aware from another meeting recently and from an article in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram that failure to take competitive bids on federal contracts may result in the fact that you, the commissioners, have to eat the cost of that contract because it was not done in compliance with the competitive bidding requirements of federal law. The contract that you signed with the federal government said you would comply with all the federal regs, but you didn't. And that's a big hole. An $18 million hole would be a big help to MHMR or other places that you might have to make up that $18 million out of Tarrant County tax revenues if the investigation by the Treasury Department confirms you didn't follow the right bidding procedures. So consider your bid, your current budget, subject to an $18 million debit for the year now passed on the federal contract with ICE, or not ICE, but with MTC, and consider further that for next year you propose to pay MTC another $18 million for the same probably kind of deal. I've not yet seen the terms of next year's contract, but if they mirror the terms of this year's contract, there are some things in this year's contract that you need to preserve. You have, okay.
Thank you. Your time is up. All right, that's all we have signed up to speak to this item.
I also signed up.
Okay, well, yeah, normally I'm going to call people up to do it anyway, but okay. Yeah, you can be first then. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item?
Thank you for being flexible. County Judge and Commissioners, my name is Lydia Bean, and I'm the chair of the Justice Committee at Broadway Baptist Church in Fort Worth. And as you consider the 2024 budget, I wanted to alert you to financial risks related to recent changes in the Tarrant County ARPA program that may jeopardize Tarrant County's access to federal funding. And I want to suggest that it would be fiscally irresponsible for the Commissioners Court to enter into or renew contracts with MTC and Garza County if those contracts assume access to ARPA funds that were diverted from child care, housing, and public health. I also want to question the wisdom of signing any contracts that commit Tarrant County to build new law enforcement training facilities if those plans rely on diverted ARPA funds. Upon close examination, it appears that both of these uses deviate from permissible uses of state and local fiscal recovery funds and from competitive procurement procedures, as previously explained. I'm representing a coalition of Tarrant County citizens that are concerned that this abrupt, unconsidered change to the 2022 ARPA plan exposes the county to significant financial risk. I have sent to each of your offices a letter that goes into the concerns in greater detail with citations that you can review. I also want to suggest that the most fiscally prudent move would be to return these funds to the already vetted and well-considered purposes, childcare, public health, and housing, as these purposes are clearly aligned with ARPA guidelines and would definitely pass muster and not expose the county to significant risk. In the letter, I detail possible uses for these, and I'm also open to working with you, but it's quite feasible and the most wise and prudent move at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, this public hearing is now closed. We next move to a second of 3 public hearings. This one to consider salaries of certain elected county and precinct officers contained within Tarrant County government's fiscal year 24 budget.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, as the county judge stated, this is a public hearing as it relates to certain salaries of elected and county and precinct officials for the next fiscal year. I'd like to advise the court that we have published these according to statute and are available for public hearing at this time.
All right, there's no one signed up to speak to this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to close this public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on this one? All right, please cast your votes.
Then, Your Honor, on item number 3, we have public or community development.
Okay. Public hearing on the salaries is now closed. Now this public hearing to consider the draft Tarrant County Program Year 2022 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. We are here today to hear any public comments regarding the performance and evaluation of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Funds funded programs for program year 2022. Any public comments?
Okay. All right. That's all you have? Okay. All right. There is no one signed to speak to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this item? All right. Seeing none, we will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Move.
We have a motion to close. We have a second. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. This public hearing is now closed. All right. Next, we move to item 10A1. Please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now recessed to go into closed session. Two more.
Hey, Chief.
Where are we?
Appointment of. Yeah. Right here. If you want to do it,
Go ahead.
All right, we are now back from executive session. The first item up is 10A1, which is discussion and possible action concerning the appointment of the next county administrator.
Your Honor, if I may, the court has been through a process to identify the next county commissioner, the next county administrator. I was going to say that I had been very careful in my language. I was very careful in the language in my head. It didn't translate to the language that came out of my mouth. We are appointing the next county administrator. We're not appointing Mr. Manius's replacement because some things just cannot be replaced. GK, thank you for your 35 years of service to the people of Tarrant County and to the various commissioners' courts under which you have served. But now it is time to appoint the next county administrator. So I move that we appoint Mr. Chandler Merritt to be our next county administrator.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Chandler Merritt as the next county administrator. Any discussion?
Effective October the 1st.
Motion and a second to make him effective October 1st. Discussion.
I have some comments. So today this court will vote to appoint a really nice man and a hard worker. You just heard his name. He's a current Tarrant County Assistant County Administrator to ascend to the role of County Administrator. However, I find this appointment problematic. This county appears to have a tendency to select individuals who are familiar and not necessarily the best qualified, and that worries me. It worries me because that can lead to an organization which is stagnant. It can lead to an organization which is unwilling to look at innovative ways to do things, and it can lead to an organization unwilling to address weaknesses, bad practices, which may have built up over time. Perhaps most damaging, it can lead to the perception by some that we are running a good old boy network in Tarrant County. I know for a fact that we had a uniquely qualified outside candidate who we are discarding for Mr. Merritt's selection. In fact, our own highly respected and beloved and tenured Mr. Manius shared with me privately that he did not believe any of the staff here was at a place in which they were prepared to assume the administrator role. I know for a fact that we had a uniquely qualified candidate, I'll say again. One colleague referred to this candidate as superior, yet another colleague referred to the same candidate as the Ferrari of all those who were interviewed. So, again, that person was discarded, and I personally believe the isms crept into this process: cronyism, racism. And so, unfortunately, I will be voting no to appointing Mr. Merritt as county administrator, but I want to congratulate you in advance, Chandler, and tell you I look forward to working with you.
Any other comments?
I would like to say that today I'm very, very proud of this county, of this body in general, and very, very proud of our next county administrator, Mr. Chandler Merritt. He has 100% earned the opportunity to step into the shoes left by Mr. G.K. Manius. The reasons why he was the best choice were very evident, that we need a bridge from our longtime 35-year incredible county administrator. And I think Mr. Merritt, with his experience, his education, and everything that he brings to the table, is the perfect person to step in and be that bridge for us into the future. And so I'm very proud to support this, and I'm very proud to support our next county administrator, Mr. Chandler Merritt.
Thank you. I'm excited to see Chandler Merritt take the helm as county administrator. I know that he has learned from an amazing mentor, but he also has ideas of his own about process improvements and efficiencies. I believe he's ready, and I would also acknowledge that our outgoing county administrator acknowledged such after the interview, which he sat in on, and said he does believe he is ready, as do I. And we are excited to welcome you here. We're expecting great things from you, and we know you'll do a fantastic job as the next Tarrant County administrator.
And I'll, I guess, end it. Chandler, when I first met you, this is where I thought you'd be. And it was me and many others. If you remember the question I asked you at the end, you didn't need to go there. You're going to do real well here, and we really appreciate all of us. We're all going to work together, even Roy and I as short-termers. Short-timers. Huh? And, but you're going to have a great career here. So.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Chandler Merritt as the next Tarrant County Administrator effective October 1st. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, it passes 4-1. Welcome aboard, Chandler Merritt. Next up, we have item 2, approval of compensation expenses and allowances for certain elected county and precinct offices for fiscal year 2024.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 3, which is approval of Tarrant County's tax rate and resolution for tax year 2023. We have a motion there.
Move for approval.
Yes, sir.
Second.
I move that the property tax rate for Tarrant County be decreased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.1945 cents per $100 in valuation, which is a 13.1% decrease in the property tax rate and will raise less property tax revenue than the previous year.
Second.
All right, we have 3 or 4 motions and a couple of different seconds, but we will go with that motion as well stated as it was. If no objections from the other court members, we have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes for that. All right, that passes unanimously. Next up is item 4, which is the approval of the Tarrant County government's budget for fiscal year 2024.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion there? So I will be voting against the budget for one reason only, and that is we have a community projects fund set up for 4 precincts, with one precinct 6 times greater than another precinct. I think it's an unfair system. I don't think that's how it should go, and for that reason I will be voting against it. So we have a motion and a second on the budget. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, so the budget fails 4-1, or passes 4-1, excuse me. Next up is item number 5, the approval of the Tarrant County Hospital District's tax rate and resolution for tax year 2023.
Your Honor, if I may, I move that the property tax rate for Tarrant County Hospital District be decreased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.1945 cents per $100 in value, which is a 13.3% decrease in the property tax rate and will raise less property tax revenue than the previous year. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second on the Tarrant County Hospital District tax rate for resolution for tax year 2023. Any discussion?
Yes. So we have seen through multiple presentations from Dr. Duncan that JPS has large and important ongoing construction projects. These projects are ongoing in a high interest rate environment with escalating costs. Some of this court will cut and cut and cut until JPS is strained to provide the absolutely crucial healthcare services it provides this community. I think it's immoral and not fiscally responsible. I'm not for cutting any further. I'll be voting against this.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the Tarrant County Hospital District's tax rate and resolution for tax year 2023. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, so it passes 4-1. Let's go back to item 4.
Before we do that, I just want to raise for the consideration of my colleagues on this court the word compromise. Y'all pray over that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Going back to item 4, the votes that were there were, and big of it was my mistake. I didn't change it. When I looked up and saw an X, I thought it was mine. So on item 4, just to clarify for the record, we had a motion and a second to approve the budget as presented. So show what you want your vote to be for that for the record on the 2024 Tarrant County budget. Okay.
So let me ask, once the vote's recorded, can you go back like this? Is this appropriate?
1 second.
I don't know what the issue is.
Well, my vote was a no. I just didn't change my light.
So, Commissioner, I believe you can go back and just make sure the record correctly reflects what the intent was on the vote. Either way, it should be 4-1, so the result should remain the same. But if
I voted no.
Okay.
It should be 4.
Okay.
So this has happened a couple of times. So you said you believe. So let's find out over the.
Sure. And
off
Let's
record.
make sure we have clarification. So we're talking about. So we're talking about tax rate. Or we're talking about the budget.
Talking about the budget.
The budget.
In order to do that, so we had Judge voting yes, we had Commissioner Fickus voting no. Okay, so and that might not have been the proper way to go about doing this. I'm going to make a recommendation. Okay, I'm going to ask that a motion be made to reconsider this particular item on the agenda. That way, if that passes, you can bring this back up and you can simply vote how you want it to vote, and it'll touch all the legal bases.
Second.
Move to reconsider the approval of Tarrant County government's budget for fiscal year 2024. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please cast your vote. Or opposed, cast your vote. All right, all the votes are in. All right, so it's 4-1 to reconsider item 4. All right, now, are you?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
This is just a process.
All right, so it's 5-0 to re-vote on item 4. Okay, so now, do we have a motion to approve the Tarrant County government's budget for fiscal year 24?
Budget for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? Okay, please cast your vote. Now I know it's accurate for me. All right, so, all right, it fails 2-3.
So that means that we did not pass the budget.
Correct. So now we can make another motion. So I will make a motion that we pass the budget as presented, limiting all precincts and their special community projects fund to no more than $50,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, are all votes in? Okay, so that passes 4-1. All right, the budget is now passed with that amendment. All right, now we have passed item 5, moving back to item 6. Approval of Tarrant County Hospital District's budget for fiscal year 2024.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the Tarrant County Hospital District's budget for fiscal year 2024. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Number 7, approval of an order designating the frequency Commissioners Court will convene in regular term during fiscal year 2024. Some changes, if you will. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me lay this out. As you know, we're required by statute that in September we designate the frequency and the dates and the location of the Commissioners Court hearings for the next fiscal year. We have historically done this. We've made some changes this year for your consideration. And so what happens is that sometimes well, first of all, we are still asking that you approve our meetings being the first, third, and fifth Tuesday of each month, and that they be held in the Commissioners Courtroom, which is located at 100 East Weatherford Street in Fort Worth, Texas. That being said, we would also add that you include in that order that in January that we meet on the second and fourth Tuesday, simply because it coincides with the Christmas holiday and the New Year holiday. Also, in those situations where you have a holiday on a Monday, that rather than having court the next day, that we move that court meeting to Wednesday of that week. So those are our changes.
All right, and so-
We're requesting the court's approval.
Okay, thank you. So the biggest change of all is on those Tuesdays where we have Monday holidays where no one's in the office. We don't want people scrambling around and having to do things during the holidays, so we've moved those days to Wednesdays. That's the big change. All right, so I'll move to approve this order.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, item 8, approval of a sub-recipient agreement between Tarrant County and Mid-Cities Women's Center for the construction of a second clinical location as part of Tarrant County's Fiscal Recovery Funds program.
So this would provide funding, ARPA funding, as it relates to the Mid-Cities Women's Center. What this would do would provide funding to assist in building an additional center, which will be located in the city of Hazlet. And we believe that by doing this, we will be able to serve an additional 5,000 individuals annually. Staff requests approval.
All right, I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. I think this is a wonderful example of ARPA funds being used as they were intended, and I applaud the previous court's efforts to identify critical needs in the community and match these resources against those needs. So thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on item 8? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously.
So, Your Honor, on item number 9, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the 6th modification and office lease agreement between the Hospital District and Andrews Dillingham Properties, which is located at 501 West Main Street in Arlington.
All right, this is an approval of the 6th modification to the lease agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and Andrews Dillingham Properties. We have a motion to approve. I'll second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes now 4-0 with the absence of Commissioner Fickus.
So, members of the court, on item number 10, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the out-of-state travel request as listed in your court communications. That is for the Office of the County Administrator and Precinct 1 Commissioner, and also the Housing Assistance Office.
All right, move to approve. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes 4-0.
So if we can now go to item number 12.
Yes.
This is a request to approve the grant agreements with community and nonprofit organizations within Precinct 2 as listed in your court communication.
I move approval with monies coming from the appropriate accounts as determined by the Administrator's Office and the Auditor's Office.
All right, we have a motion to approve item A12. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item A12. Any discussion? All right, please enter your votes. All right, by 2-2 vote, motion fails. Next up is A24. I'm sorry, maybe it's A18. A18, we do have one speaker. So next item, A18.
So on item 18, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the First Amendment to an ILA between the county and MHMR for Family and Individual Support Program. I may make a comment on this, that this is not, what this does, it simply allows the transfer of funds from one line item to the other. It is not an increase in the grant amount.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments before we bring up the speaker? All right, Daniel Bennett has asked to speak.
Daniel Bennett, White Settlement. I just want to point something out about MHMR that's, I don't know if it's a concern, but I think it is. There was an article posted in the Star Telegram back in 2013, and it was related to a lady named Marcy Garvin. She was born with cerebral palsy. She worked part-time for the Star Telegram. And you say, well, why is this important? Well, it relates back to MHMR. That's the relevancy. And I just want to make the court aware of this. I don't want to belabor the point, but I understand that they have lost some grant money. They're cutting back on services. And perhaps one of the individuals mentioned in this article is at the head of it. Ms. Garvin was, she died in the hospital, covered with bed sores, malnourished, and bugs back in 2013. Her caregiver was a former employee of the DA's office. Her father was Mike Garvin, and her sister, Tabby Barnajek, they pleaded guilty to felony neglect to Rob Catalano, who now works for our DA's office, back in 2013. Part of the process of admitting people into palliative care when they're in that situation is they have to be reviewed, they have to be seen by a nurse, it has to be documented, and these things go before state certification once a year. They pull certain cases, and then they look at it, and then they give you a grade. I believe MHMR is now going through state overview now. Well, the gentleman who was associated with this particular instance with Marcy Gavin is a gentleman named Bill Eaton. And he appealed the findings. And I'll just read you a little bit excerpt of this article. Eaton served as HCS Director for Southern Concepts from March of 2009 to January 2013 when he left to go to another organization called Rock House. Anytime you take a patient from provider to provider to provider, there's an admittance. There's an admitting nurse. They have to review this person. And under his care and his watch, this happened. And I know that the services are being cut at MHMR. And I know they're down on some of these group homes to maybe 3 nurses. And I'm afraid they're going to be seeking safe harbor. And I can share the article with you if you'd like.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to appreciate your time, and you should be made aware of it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-0. All right, next up is item A24.
So on item A24, this is a request from Precinct 2. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court make the following findings and authorize payment of expenses as noted below. Item number 1 is members of the Commissioners Court and their staff perform community outreach to gain a thorough understanding of the community's needs. Item 2 is the attendance at certain events allows the county attendance at certain events allows for community outreach and input and serves a direct accomplishment of a legitimate government and public purpose. And 3, the Commissioners Court authorizes payment to the individuals which are listed in attachment 1 of this court communication.
Move approval.
So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? All right. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. So my question is, where do we draw the line? So we're going to pay for 5 people to go to lunch to the tune of $750 to learn about what the constituents want. There are 69 elected officials in Tarrant County, Texas. Does every one of them get to take themselves and 4 people that work for them to learn what constituents want to a luncheon that is apparently darn near $200, what is it, $150 a person? there has to be some fiscal restraint on things like this. It's why this court has essentially, without adopting a policy, they've by and large de facto adopted a policy to not pay for hotel rooms inside the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. So if this was a request for 1 to go, 2 to go, that's one thing. Where are we going to draw the line? So you have 5 people that need to be at this to learn what constituents need. Well, almost every elected official in this room has been to this Salvation Army luncheon. And it's a full-blown program on the field at AT&T Stadium. You sit at a table and there's speakers and people get up, and is there some time to mingle before? Yes, and after? Yes. There are a multitude of ways to learn what constituents want other than send 5 people for $750 to a luncheon. So for me to learn what the Tarrant County residents want, I could do a teletown hall to the tune of about $5,000 to $10,000. So is that a permissible one? Is it permissible for me to take every single member of the county administration and my office staff, all 65 of us, to a luncheon to learn what constituents want? There's plenty of ways to learn what constituents want, not taking 5 people to a lunch for $750. So I'm opposed to this.
So it is purchasing half of a table with another elected official. I just had them put names. I was going to invite my fellow court members, but because we needed names on the form, we just put staff names. If it was permissible for Precinct 3 last week, all of these are retroactive. So Precinct 3 staff and commissioner attended 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 events from June to August retroactively, then it's permissible for Precinct 2.
I think an elected official going to an event and maybe even taking 1 staff member to the event is something that can be looked at and is something different. I cannot justify 5 people going under the idea that that's how we're going. It's a direct public purpose to learn what constituents need. It is a place to be seen, to show up, to have your name out there, your face out there. To me, that's not a direct public purpose.
Again, I was going to invite.
I was in the middle of speaking.
Okay.
So you
All
can
right.
wait for me to finish and say whatever you want.
Hurry up.
I will go at whatever pace I choose to go, and you will do nothing to speed it up or slow it down. The end. You can speak
fine.
when I'm done.
That's fine.
Okay.
You have timed me before, so I'm going to time you.
I have never timed you. I have no earthly idea what you're talking about, but I don't want to engage in a juvenile back and forth with you.
Well,
At the end of the day, this is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. I'm opposed to it. I think we should all be opposed to it. We have to draw a line somewhere. For me, this is it. So you've made a motion. You've made a second. Would you like to respond?
No.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. It fails 2-2. All right. Next up. Is item C1, Budget and Risk Management, approval of fiscal year 2024 special purpose budgets.
We're seeking approval of the special purpose budgets for the FY24 fiscal year.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 2024 special purpose budgets. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-0. Next up, item 2.
Is the request for approval of the appropriation adjustments using undesignated funds.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation adjustments. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes 4-0. Next up would then be item removed from consent agenda, which would be D2. We do have several people signed up to speak to D2, maybe CDE. D2 is under the Criminal District Attorney's Office. It's the approval of a settlement agreement for Sondrea Miller individually and as the independent administrator of the estate of Javante LaKendrick Myers in connection with a suit against Tarrant County.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon. Members of the court, the Criminal District Attorney's Office is requesting the court approve this settlement agreement in full, final, and complete release signed by the plaintiff to resolve a pending lawsuit in cause 422-CV00457-0.
Okay. We have a motion to approve this settlement.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion before we bring up the speakers? Okay, the first speaker signed up is Lon Burnham. Following Mr. Burnham is Nan Terry.
Your predecessor just admonished me to behave myself up here. I'll try to do that this time. I'm Lon Burnham, and I think it's really important that we point out that this is an expense that shouldn't be occurring at all. There's been a lot of discussion over the last year and a half or so about the unnecessary deaths in the jail. We've had a lot of recommendations made to the Commissioner's Court about how to do that. I'm not speaking for or against this. If anything, I think maybe it should be double. I understand the process that this thing can be drawn out forever and the family needs to be able to have this settled. But I think it's also wrong not to call to the court's attention that there are way too many examples of mistreatment of inmates in our jail, and it leads to this sort of expense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Ms. Terry is Catherine Godby.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Nan Terry, resident of Tarrant County. I'm not opposed to the settlement. I'm concerned about future settlements. Javante Myers was a pretrial detainee with a seizure disorder. According to media reports, his attorney said he was arrested for low-level offenses. Online search indicates he was arrested for criminal trespassing, typically a crime associated with homelessness. Questions have been asked, why wasn't he ticketed? Why was he in jail? As you know, as many of you may know, the state legislature prevents cash bail for violent offenses, but this would not have applied to Mr. Myers. While we taxpayers will ultimately pay this cost for his untimely death, I want to ask, what has the county learned? What steps have been taken to not have another inmate like Mr. Myers die in our jail? What is our budget for settlement? Mistakes happened, but how many lawsuits will we settle? Paul Bear Bryant said, when you make a mistake, there are only 3 things you should ever do about it. Admit it, learn from it, and don't repeat it. I urge you to follow this advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Becky DeLon would be next.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Godby, member of Broadway Baptist Church and founder of the co-founder of Justice Network. Well, I'm glad that the family of Javante Myers will receive a settlement from the county. I'm sure they'd rather have Javante alive and still with them. Same with the unknown number of other families who've received a settlement for a wrongful death lawsuit since 2016. I don't think that number is available to us without an open records request. It appears, though, that since 2016, we're approaching double the average number of deaths at the jail per year than the same number under the former Sheriff D. Anderson. I imagine the money the Tarrant County has paid for wrongful deaths in the jail could have gone a long way toward funding community services like public health, housing, and child care, and I certainly support what Jackie and Lydia said earlier. I also just wanted to say that what I've witnessed this morning, it would be really easy for those of us who care that all people are valued equally to become disheartened. And I took a little dip, but I, for one, am not disheartened because I believe deeply that good will triumph in the end. And if we don't see it happening, it's just not the end, and we'll continue to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Geiger is Daniel Bennett.
I withdraw my request.
Okay. Did I miss one? Well, yeah, go ahead, come on up. And then, okay. I think that's everyone but Doreen. Okay.
I am Becky DeLon and here to address this court concerning Javante Myers. Both the autopsy report and the custodial death report concluded that the medical cause of Javante's death was a seizure disorder, and had Javante been properly observed, his life could have been saved. Texas Ranger Trace McDonald found 37 false entries in the electronic governmental records, which falsely indicated the jailers were checking on prisoners, including Javante Myers, every 15 minutes. He provided further evidence showing that this was consistent with the custom and practices of Tarrant County Jail. Depositions by the jailers reported falsifying electronic governmental records was a well-known practice and known through the management ranks at the jail. Falsifying government records is a felony, and it's also a practice and a custom that exists in the Tarrant County Jail. We cannot forget Georgia K. Baldwin, who died of dehydration in the Tarrant County Jail. A wrongful death lawsuit was filed based on the practices and customs existing in the jail. A violent attack by Reginald Lowe on Corey Rodriguez resulted in Rodriguez's lungs bleeding and collapsing. The violent attack was witnessed by 2 police officers. One of them, Dakota Costin, said the assault was a normal thing, implying that it's part of practices and customs in the Tarrant County Jail. The Tarrant County DA's office dismissed the family's lawsuit, which is a common practice by the courts used to absolve responsibility. We cannot forget Robert Miller. The facts of unnecessary and brutal abuse were brushed off as common practices and were shrouded in secrecy by this court. Since 2017, 54 individuals have died in the Tarrant County Jail. From January 22 until June 2023, 16 deaths were recorded in 17 months. None of those individuals had gone to trial. All were presumed innocent. You'll be voting on the settlement on Javante Myers' case today, and I beg you not to settle for the common practices and customs that cost him his life, practices that criminalize poverty and mental illness. You must stop the common practices and customs in the Tarrant County Jail that are the real problems that result.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Doreen Geiger.
I ask each of you to vote for this settlement. It's a tragic situation, but this family needs to have some peace coming to them. One of the things I hope the county has learned is when you're taking in people in the jail, many have severe medical needs, whether it's mental illness, epilepsy, or whatever. They need to be assessed and given medications immediately. We know of cases where someone comes into the jail and a week later, they still have never been given any of their meds. And that puts them at risk, it puts the county at risk, and it's one of the reasons we end up with settlements like this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have some comments. I asked for this item to be pulled off consent. The reason I did that was that I believe this is not an item that needs to just pass. weeks without comment into the minutes of this Commissioners Court meeting. Let's take a minute and examine this settlement. I'm going to examine it from the fiscal perspective. I'm going to do that, frankly, because I'm not sure I can examine it from the perspective of putting myself in the shoes of a grieving mother. I honestly don't think I'd get through what I wanted to say on this dais, but let me acknowledge that Javonte's death and his mother's grief is the ultimate tragedy here. No amount of money is going to make that better. If we approve this settlement, which I intend to vote to do, we are rightfully acknowledging yet another death in our jail and asking taxpayers to pay for that failure. Settlements are not the answer. $1 million. I would challenge you to find items on this week's agenda in which this county is making $1 million expenditure. There aren't too many. And how many of these settlements have we had to make? This isn't the first, and if things keep going the way they're going, it won't be the last. The settlement represents just one of the hidden costs of our jail overcrowding, which we don't like to talk about. The county conservatively estimates that every day in which we are incarcerating someone in our jail, it costs taxpayers about $85. But that number doesn't include costs like this. That means the true cost of jail overcrowding is much higher. And let's be honest, it's quite possible that jail overcrowding contributes to failures like this. Javonte Myers' body lay on the jail floor for hours before being discovered. Hours. Allegations have been made that the detention officers responsible for doing the checks on him in his cell were not conducted. That is unacceptable and inexcusable. But I have to wonder, why weren't those checks made? Was it a moral failure of the officers in question who simply didn't have concern for the well-being of an inmate? Maybe. But maybe there's another possibility. It is well established that we have too many inmates in our jail and too few detention officers. We know our detention officers are working forced overtime shifts. We know that we are shipping inmates to a private, expensive prison in Garza County because we are over capacity. That has consequences. Bad things tend to happen when resources don't equal requirements. Leaders get stretched and can't supervise activities to the level they should. Workers make decisions to cut corners because the requirements seem unachievable. I don't know what was in the hearts of those detention officers who made that tragic mistake. However, I suggest that we start actually addressing what I think is the core problem leading to so many of these tragedies. Lack of leadership at the very top and jail overcrowding. I'm open to any and all constructive suggestions to solve that problem. I've been doing the research to help solve this problem. So I don't have to sit up here week after week signing over checks of taxpayer monies to moms who just want their sons back. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions from the court? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-0. Thank you, Mark. Next up, Elections Administration. First up is approval of an order calling a special election on November 7th, 2023. I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes 4-0. Next up is approval of supplemental appointments of county election judges and alternate election judges. Mr. Ludwig, both parties have submitted their names and you've communicated with them and they're in agreement with what they're doing?
Yes, with this list.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 2. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-0. Item 3, approval of early voting polling location locations for the joint general and special elections to be conducted on November 7th, 2023. Any objections registered by either party?
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 3. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-0. And then item 4, approval of election day polling locations. Any objections from any parties?
None, Judge, we're good.
All right. I'll move to approve.
And we do still have vote centers.
We do still have vote centers.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-0.
Thank you, Judge,
Mr. Logan.
Commissioners, and I know we're trying to get through this, but I just want to say it's a privilege to be able to present something on G.K. Manius' during his last Commissioners Court. It has been an honor to serve the citizens of Tarrant County with you. The county's going to keep moving forward, but you'll be missed. So thank you very much, and I like that tie.
All right, next up is facilities management. Mr. Amador, F1, approval to submit a letter of intent to purchase to Stillwater Capital LLC for the purchase of 6 acres of land located at the northeast corner of Heritage Parkway and Regency Parkway. My question, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'd like to hear why we're purchasing this property before
Here is my question. I believe this site was chosen before Commissioner Simmons arrived. Am I accurate?
No, we took Commissioner Simmons on.
Okay. So if I have my math and my map correct, this is located 1 mile from the border of another county.
That is correct.
And so the central location of it 1 mile away from another county, I guess I'm just not quite following.
Okay, the location is on Heritage Parkway. It's within a development called the Reserve, and they intend to emulate I'm sure you're familiar, Judge, with the South Lake property where we have our building with the city of South Lake. The intended developers to develop that entire area with retail, restaurants, apartments, condos, etc. So we would be right in the middle of all that, toward the southern edge of it, though. We'd have a hard corner for our building.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it fails 2-2.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, item G1, Human Resources, receive and file the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any further discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Glenn.
So, commissioners, if you don't want to take it this way, then just say so. It's okay. But take a look at items 1 through 23. Take your time to look at it. I'm prepared to make a motion to approve items 1 through 23 in one motion.
Second.
Okay. Take a look, make sure you're okay with it before we do that. Yeah, I know.
Can we take 15 separately?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will make a motion to approve 1 through 23, 15 excluded. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
All right, we have a second there. Please take your time. Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay. With no comments or questions, you are voting now to approve or not approve items 1 through 23, 15 excluded. Please cast your vote. Okay, it passes 4-0. Now we'll go to item 15.
And I don't have any opposition to the replacement or the process. My question is about Green Bay Jail facility. We've had a lot of discussions about, maybe this isn't for purchasing, maybe it's for Michael or someone in the facilities. We've had questions about what that would cost to renovate Green Bay to make it a medium security facility so that we wouldn't have to contract out with other counties to hold prisoners. If we were going to renovate that facility in lieu of just patching and piecemealing it, would we still need to do this?
So the Green Bay facility is a large facility at I-20 and, I'm sorry, 180, I-820 and 35. That's the big facility. You may be talking about Cold Springs.
Cold Springs, got it, yeah. Move for approval on Green Bay then.
Sorry about that.
Hey, I had you on your toes, okay?
All right, I'll second that. Any discussion there on item 15? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-0. Now we go to item number 24.
This is our annual contract for marketing services countywide. We're asking for extension of the current contract for 90 days.
Okay, so if we approve this for 90 days, we are still in an item, 2 items away. We're asking for permission to do an annual contract for marketing services, so doing an RFP,
yes,
which would then open it up to other people. My first question is, why haven't we done that before now where we had to extend it 3 months?
So the contract expires September 30th.
Right.
That's the reason for the extension. And we're also requesting permission right now so we can get the RFPs evaluated and a new award within the next 3 months.
That I understand. My question is, why did we not request the RFP before so we could look at that before we had to renew for 3 months? Am I not saying that clearly? It makes sense to me in there. We knew the contract was running out on September 30th.
Yes.
We didn't, so we're now asking for a 90-day extension so we can go do an RFP to do it again.
Yes.
Why didn't we do that 3 months ago or 4 months ago? Is what I'm asking. Why did we wait till the contract ended, then do it? Anybody know?
Your Honor, I'm Brad Richards with the Purchasing Department. The answer to that question is there are 3 primary users of this contract: County Administrator's Office, HIV Administrative Agency, and Public Health. We got the approval to renew the contract with Public Health and with the HIV Administrative Agency, but we didn't get approval from the County Administrator's Office, and we didn't get that decision on that lack of approval until right before our deadline to submit paperwork for renewing the existing contract or going out for a rebid.
Okay, so I understand what the marketing is related to the HIV Administrative Agency and Public Health. What is it related to county administration? And what portion of the contract is county administration?
The County Administrator's Office, if you want.
You go ahead.
Okay. The County Administrator's Office uses the marketing contract for the various things that are listed on your court communication, including recruiting, social media campaigns, that sort of thing. There were issues with renewing the contract as it exists right now because there are some clauses within the RFP language that are not advantageous to the county or in the county's best interest. So our intent and the County Administrator Office's intent was to modify that language for the new RFP.
Is the 3-month extension basically at the same price of the previous months?
It's at the same price. It's
Okay.
just to carry us over so that no current projects underway fall through the cracks.
Okay. What social media do they do for administration?
So we do recruitment aspects. We've done it through different programs as it relates to ARPA. One of the issues that we had with the contract was that there was an element in there that we thought really restricted the county as a whole to go out and get smaller contracts that very rapidly. And those were the issues that we wanted to address. And with this new RFP that we're going to submit, we think that we have asked and they have removed those restrictions to give the county more flexibility, not just within the county administrator's office, but also with the other various departments within the county that may need to use some type of marketing expertise.
Okay, and then in terms of the three entities, if we want to call it that, Public Health, HIV Administrative Agency, and what is the county administration piece of that by amount?
Oh, by dollar amount?
Yeah. Is it a third, half, 10%? What is it?
Approximately 250, and it's for the sheriff's office.
Okay. Have we checked with the sheriff's office to see if they're happy with the marketing services of this organization for their recruitment? So I'm seeing a no back there.
Well, I personally know that there is some issues.
Yeah.
And one of the issues that we talked about was the restrictiveness that exists in the current contract, which is going to be removed. And what we're trying to do on this is simply to have a contract that is something that is acceptable by a large number of departments, but also to remove that restrictiveness so that we have smaller areas that we could use a different vendor. We would like to do that, and that would address some of the issues that the Sheriff's Department has raised.
So if we approve this today at the exact same price as the previous month, we're approving them to continue at the same price that they were charging us to do recruiting efforts for the Sheriff's Department, which I understand the Sheriff's Department is not happy with their work.
So, yes, but this is just for a 3-month period.
Just for 3 months.
To allow us to go out for a different RFP to see if there are other companies that can meet our needs.
We have a lot of ongoing contracts currently with public health and HIV.
Yeah. So is this a possibility? We bring this back in 2 weeks. We approve it related to public health and HIV, but we take out whatever we're paying for the sheriff's office. And just so everybody understands, this is not some hidden meaning. The sheriff's department has told me on multiple occasions they don't think they do anything, and they haven't brought them in people, and they're not very good at it. So I don't know why, just because it's 3 months, we would keep paying them to do something that the sheriff's department says they're not doing very well.
So one of the things, and the purchasing lady would have to confirm this, but as we keep this contract, regardless if we limit it to those particular areas, we simply can't go out and contract with another entity to provide those services because we have a contract with this entity.
Okay. Can we not negotiate it down and remove for the next 3 months the portion that they've been doing for sheriffs?
It's not a set amount. It's just as needed.
Aha.
Yeah. And so we have a lot of ongoing projects currently for public health and HIV.
Gotcha.
And they're the biggest users.
I would strongly advise that we make sure we are not paying them to do stuff for an agency that says this isn't working.
Right.
Okay.
We're not doing that.
All right. Gotcha. Okay. Item 24. Do we have a motion to approve the contract extension?
So moved.
No. Motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. It passes 4-0.
And the next item is approval of change order number 1 for design build construction of Bentley Bridge Drive for transportation services.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes 4-0. Item 26.
And that is permission.
You've answered my questions related to the marketing piece. The vaccination center renovation is off, so I'm good with what's left.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion on these items? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, GK.
Okay, next up, we have a resolution. And this resolution is in recognition of G.K. Manius for 35 years of exemplary service to Tarrant County. So I will read this resolution. G.K. Manius has served faithfully as the Tarrant County Administrator since 1988. I was 19. G.K. Manius is the first and only county administrator to serve Tarrant County and is the longest-serving county administrator in the state of Texas. G.K. Manius has served the citizens of Tarrant County with integrity, professionalism, and the highest ethical standards. During his tenure,
We want to make sure these two.
we were going to bring them up, don't worry.
You're going to renew their vows as well.
During his tenure as county administrator, G.K. Manius has displayed exceptional leadership through his oversight of numerous county projects, initiatives, and departments, all of which have improved the lives of our citizens. G.K. Manius' dedication to public service has earned him the respect and esteem of colleagues, peers, and residents throughout the state of Texas and has established a remarkable legacy. On September 30th, 2023, G.K. Manius will retire from Tarrant County after serving the citizens of Tarrant County for over 35 years and serving the greater public for over 52 years. G.K. Manius is embarking on a new chapter of life with his wife Linda as they enjoy the fruits of an honorable life of service during retirement. It is with heartfelt gratitude that we recognize the outstanding career of G.K. Manius, who will be remembered as a true public servant, leaving a footprint of excellence and an indelible mark on our community that will endure for generations to come. If this passes here in just a moment, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, hereby recognize G.K. Manius for his 35 years of exemplary service to the citizens of Tarrant County and officially announce the renaming of the Tarrant County Administration Building to the G.K. Manius Administration Building. We have hereunto set our hands and caused this seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 19th day of September 23. I will entertain a motion to approve this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve.
Question.
Yes, sir.
There are folk out here who came to see the unveiling of something.
Yes.
Now, when is that going to happen?
That's going to happen if this meeting ever ends. And it will be downstairs on the ground right outside the main entrance. I want to give, after this is over, an opportunity for all the commissioners to speak. Of course, G.K. and Linda to speak, and anyone else that really wants to, for that matter. So we have a motion and a second to approve this resolution. Please cast your votes. Can't do it. All right. Here we go. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you. We're coming down there in just a second, but we had to roast you first. So.
I was concerned this might be another 2-2 vote.
I was trying to get them to, they won't ever vote with me.
All right, commissioners, what would you like to tell GK here?
GK, pay attention.
She's talking to me.
I'm sorry.
You got the rest of your life to do that. For your meritorious service to this county, its citizens, and its various governing bodies over the years. I say thank you. You're probably getting out of here at the right time. Because it's becoming harder and harder to herd these cats in the same direction. So we do not give up hope. I wish you the best of everything in all your future adventures. And I hope that you and Linda find some adventures that you can share together with joy and grace and gratitude. That's what I hope for my retirement. But God, that seems a long ways off from here. Thank you, GK and Linda.
I cannot be that eloquent. I'm going to steal your words. For your meritorious... No, I'm not going to go there. Thank you. You have been supportive. You've educated me. You've worked with my staff. Your knowledge is about this county is just boundless. I have a deep respect for you, and I appreciate you. I've been active, busybody, activist, community member for 30 years or so. And I thought I knew a little bit about everything. But this role has opened my eyes even further. And you've helped me digest it. So I thank you. I wish you guys well. I'll miss you, but I may call you. Probably won't text at 4, maybe 5. But congratulations. And I'm going to retire. I want to retire. I'm old. So I want to be like you guys. So thank you so much. Congratulations.
Behind every great man, and I believe GK is a great man, is usually an even greater woman. So thank you for sharing him with us for 35 years. As Tom Landry was to the Dallas Cowboys, as Johnny Carson was to late night television, GK Manius is to Tarrant County. It has been an unbelievable experience getting to work with you, visiting with you. There are those times when I ask a question and he takes off his glasses and says, let's talk about this for a moment, and I know I'm in for a lesson. And it's one I almost always need. Working with you, really, truly, in this 9 months has been one of the highlights of my professional career. You've done a remarkable job. You're the ultimate class act. When he first approached me and said he was going to leave, my first inclination was to try to talk him out of it, but then I thought that would be selfish on my part. It was time for him to go spend time with his family at his ranch and not have to be on call every minute of every day. You've done a remarkable job. Well done, good and faithful servant.
GK, for the next month, year, probably 5 years, you're going to hear stories from your friends that you've spent 35 years working with. But I'll provide you a little context and story from somebody from a different generation who you helped mentor. So you did an incredible job, probably a job that I never would have expected when someone like me first got elected. You've taught me so much in a year that I believe has prepared me in this court to springboard into the future. When I gave Mr. Merritt those compliments earlier and told him he was ready, he's ready because you made him ready. Because that's what you do, GK, you're a mentor. So I appreciate everything you've done for this county, everything you've done for Texas. And I know that you live in my precinct, so I will not answer your call when you call about potholes. Thank you again, GK. You deserve everything that's coming to you. Appreciate it.
Now it's time to hear from you.
I am a Commissioner's Court watcher every Tuesday.
Bless your heart.
And I hear your different viewpoints. Sometimes you agree, sometimes you disagree. But what I respect about you is your respect for one another. And for the public watching, this is a wonderful group of people. And I've enjoyed sharing GK with you. Do you want some more of him?
I guess I'll become the volunteer that moves this podium because we never. Okay. Well, you finished?
I am. I can go on.
No, I think we're good there. So, it's interesting when you think about 35 years, 9 months, and a couple of days, that there are some of us in this room that weren't even born during that time. And Commissioner Ramirez, I think you're probably in diapers yet. And you didn't stay in diapers that long. But we've done a lot of things. We really have. This county has moved in so many good ways, and we're not just one of 254 counties in this state. We're truly an outlier. And the way we handle our business, the way all 69 different elected officials get along, the way that this Commissioner's Court coalesces around an issue, while there may be differences, we try to find a solution and then we move forward. I actually was going to retire probably in 2018. And I think I might have told you all this. COVID hit, and I knew that that we were about to go through something that we've never experienced before. And sure enough, we did. And there are many agencies, many governments that didn't do well because of COVID. This agency, this government did exceptional. We were able to take this government and the models that we use to become a national model, recognized by the National Association of Counties. They wanted to figure out how Tarrant County was doing things because we were doing them right. And that's not because of any one person. That's because of every employee in this organization. And it also includes, not to diminish anything, but includes strong leadership on the Commissioner's Court. We've asked you to provide direction, and you did, and then we carried out your orders. We helped guide you through those decision processes, staying in the background, and that's the style that I like to do. You get to hear from all your department heads and sub-department heads whenever they make presentations in this court, because you need to know who those individuals are, because they're the ones that carry this county on their shoulders. So my tenure here has been absolutely enjoyable. I don't have any regrets. I could have stayed another 10 years, and no, I won't. But it's time that this county has new leadership in its administrator. And I think that the gentleman that you all chose is going to provide some new ideas to you, and he's going to be just fine. It's kind of sad looking around. Commissioner Brooks, you and I have been friends for, way before you were county commissioner. Our kids played together, and we kind of grew up together. And I want you to know how much I truly appreciate you. Commissioner Fickus is someone like that also. Commissioner Johnson was someone who was on the original court that hired me and took me to the woodshed many, many times. And I would always say I'm the only person that has a reserved parking spot in front of the woodshed because I'm there all the time. My other court members, my other courts that I was fortunate to work for and work with, they did an excellent job, and we keep building on success, and I know that you all will do the same. One thing that I'm not going to do with my wife on Tuesday morning, I am not going to watch. Now that's y'all enjoy yourselves, and I'll just simply read about you in the funnies, okay? Anyway, thank you very much. The building, I can't tell you that there's just no words I can use to express. I don't deserve it. I really don't. I don't think so. I will tell you that it is one of the greatest honors, and I thank each and every one of you for what you've done for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
To say some remarks.
Judge Whitley, would you like to say a few words?
Would you comment?
I thought we were running out of time.
Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. GK, you have the respect of people all over this, not just this county, but all over this region, all over the state, and all over the country for the work that you've done. You kept us focused. You made sure everybody was up to speed on what was happening, and many times you sheltered us by taking sometimes maybe the blame for what we were trying to accomplish. It's truly been an honor to serve with you. I am excited about your pick for the next person to try to fill these shoes. And as I recall, you had one person who voted against you too.
That's right. I don't know if I ever swayed that member.
It was JD, and trust me, I know JD would love to be here today. He would probably have relayed the story that he voted against you, but I know what amount of respect that he had for you also, and he would listen to you, and always, and we've all heard that. Can we talk about this a little bit? We've all heard that statement being said over and over and over again. GK gets up early in the morning, does his walk. I'd get a couple of phone calls very early in the morning. I'm glad to hear that you have called him or sent him emails. And keep doing that just to kind of make sure that he keeps moving. The other bit of advice that was given to me that I'll give to you, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to want a lot of your time. Wait 6 to 8 to 12 months before you start letting anybody have any of your time except for Linda. We've had some great trips, and retirement truly is 6 Saturdays and a Sunday in each week.
We want to take 3 pictures. We can take as many as we want. We're going to have one set of pictures with GK and Linda and our court. Then we'll invite Judge Whitley up, and then we'll invite all department heads and elected officials that want to gather around here. So will you, for the last time, please do your podium moving duty? All right?
Don't touch the equipment.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And last one, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Department heads, elected officials, assistant county administrators, come on up. Find a spot here. Squeeze on down.
Maybe we can get the court and see up on the.
Try again.
Yeah, we're back here. This works. In the middle.
One, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3, and last one, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pretty good little send off there. We still have we have a whole lot of stuff left.
Should have done a day just for this. Special call meeting to send off GK.
Andy, would you grab just hand it so you can give Once our meeting concludes, we do invite everyone down for the unveiling of the sign. And then there's a reception here in the back behind the Commissioner's Court. Next up, we have appointments to various boards and commissions. Commissioner Fickus asked me to make this motion to reappoint Tito Rodriguez, Paul Slechta, and Brian Hawkins to the Fort Worth Transportation Authority, to Trinity Metro.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second there. Any discussion? Now please cast your vote. Manny is voting every which way you can. He's covering all bases. All right, it passes 4-0. And any other board or commission appointments? Okay, seeing none, we have no bonds or certificates of self-insurance, claims and addendum.
Move to approve the claims included in the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims and the addendum. Any discussion there? Please cast your vote. Passes 4-0. Next, we have two briefing items. One is a tax abatement for Siemens Industry, Inc., City of Fort Worth. Megan.
Good afternoon. I will make these as brief as possible. So the first one we have for you today, as a name you probably recognize, this is Siemens Industry, Inc. Siemens provides products, systems, and services for industrial automation, drives, motors, and energy management systems, and has operations in more than 190 countries with 13 sites in North America, including one in Grand Prairie. So following a multi-community selection process, an existing facility located at 7200 Harris Legacy Drive in Fort Worth, better known as Carter Park East, was identified for the 550,000 square foot advanced fabrication and assembly facility. The property is owned by Carter Park East Phase 1 and will be leased out to Siemens. So Siemens will be required to expend $70 million in construction and real property improvement costs and locate an estimated $55 million in business personal property to the site, along with adding 167 new full-time jobs by the end of 2024 and ramping up to 715 jobs by the end of December 2026. This comes with average annual wages of approximately $63,000, along with health care and other benefits. The abatement terms do provide for reductions in any year in which the company does not meet the taxable value, full-time employment, or other requirements. So in order to facilitate the expansion of Siemens to Fort Worth, the city of Fort Worth approved a 10-year tax abatement providing for up to 70% abatement of real and personal property taxes, and the staff for the county is proposing participation at a maximum of 40% of new and real personal property value over that same 10-year period. Let me skip ahead here. So at the minimum required investment of the $125 million and the maximum tax abatement of 40% for that 10-year period, the project could receive a total abatement of approximately $972,500 from the county. And over that same period, the county will receive an equal or greater amount of tax revenue on the unabated portion of the new improvements, as well as the current base value of the property. New tax revenues from the unabated portion of the property are expected to be approximately $1.4 million over that same 10-year period. I do have Joe Redoff with Siemens Corporation. I want to invite him up to say a few words, but first I want to ask if you have any questions of me.
So what is the percentage of abatement that you are?
40%.
40%?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi there.
Hi.
Joe Retoff with Siemens, and I'd just like to express how much we appreciate you all considering our application. We went through a very detailed site selection process in all the counties and the cities in the DFW area, and after careful consideration, we are pretty sure and satisfied that we would be most successful here in Tarrant County. So hopefully we'll seek approval of this application, and we look forward to commencing our operations here. If I can answer any questions, let me know.
Are pretty sure and satisfied commitments?
We are making a commitment. If you make your commitment, we will make our commitment.
All right.
We can guarantee that.
Very good. Let's get those jobs.
We're going to do that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
So we will move forward with posting the 30-day notice for this. We will not bring this back for consideration and formal approval until the November 7th meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. So the second request for you is also another Precinct 1 project, also located in Carter Park East. This is DrinkPack LLC. This company is considered the most technologically advanced canned beverage manufacturing facility in North America. This company is capable of producing approximately 2.1 billion annual beverages. They are currently based out of Santa Clarita, California, and the company is looking to expand its operations and following a multi-state selection process. An existing building or buildings located along Oak Grove Road in Fort Worth or Carter Park were identified for the 1.3 million square foot advanced manufacturing facility. This will be DrinkPack's first major expansion. And they do plan to establish 2 new locations in the DFW area. Phase 1 will be located in Denton County near Alliance with the proposed capital investment of $220 million and 550 full-time jobs. And then the second facility, there's phase 1. Here's phase 2. This will be in Tarrant County at Carter Park East. And again, it's a line of buildings. They're still trying to establish which building, but this is the general address for that. So for the phase 2, they will be required to expend $32 million in construction and real property improvement costs and locate an estimated $200 million in business personal property to the site, along with adding 450 new full-time jobs by the end of 2026, with average annual wages of $70,000. This will include health care and other benefits. The abatement terms, again, provide for reductions in any year in which they do not meet the requirements. So in order to facilitate the expansion of of Drink Pack to Fort Worth, the city of Fort Worth did approve a 10-year tax abatement, again, for 70%. Staff at the county is proposing a participation rate of 60% over the same 10-year period. At the minimum required of investment of the $232 million and the maximum tax abatement of 60% for that 10-year period, the project could receive a total abatement of approximately $2.7 million. Over that same period, the county will receive equal or greater amount of tax revenues. New tax revenues from the unabated portion are expected to be approximately $1.8 million over that same 10-year period, along with the base value. Today, I have Holly Schroeder with Drink Pack, and she'd like to say a few words if there's no questions of me first.
Any questions for Megan? All right. Hi.
Hi, Holly Schroeder, on behalf of Drink Pack. Thank you for considering our application. We're very excited at the prospects of expanding here in Tarrant County. As Megan mentioned, Drink Pack is a very technologically advanced contract beverage manufacturer. Very much like to invite you all out for a tour when we begin operations. It's really quite a sight to see. And again, thank you for our consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Let's do it.
Again, I will post a 30-day notice at the next court meeting, and we will ask for formal approval at the November 7th meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any announcements or comments from the commissioners? Anything? All right, seeing none, now we move to public comments. First up to speak, I have Richard Seltzer.
Dr. Seltzer had to leave to go to TCU to teach a class.
Okay. Next up, I have Robert Holmes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Judge and Commissioners. My name is Robert Holmes, and I reside at 5134 Mitchell-Saxon Road in Fort Worth in Tarrant County. Until May the 2nd this year, I was proud to serve as an appointee on the Tarrant County Historical Commission for several years, and my wife, Clara Holmes, and I also served as co-chairs of the Heritage Tourism Committee. The bylaws of the Tarrant County Historical Commission state, quote, preceding the end of each two-year term, the chairman of the commission will provide each member of the Tarrant County Historical Commission a form to be completed and returned, declaring whether or not the member wishes to be reappointed, unquote. In January of this year, most of the historical commissions whose terms were set to expire did not receive the required reappointment form. My wife and I did receive our forms, and we completed them and delivered them to your officer, Judge Huddlehair, before the deadline. We also delivered the form for Doug Harmon, a longtime member and a great Fort Worth citizen. Natalie Rose, your committee and Fort liaison, later confirmed by email on December the 6th that all three had been received. But our status on the Historical Commission was not updated from, quote, term expired to reappointed, unquote. We were deemed constitutional holdovers, along with several others who were never even received a form, and we were involuntarily terminated from a volunteer job we loved. Until today, there has been no public record of a counter argument made in our defense, because none of the ousted members have been given a chance to speak on their own behalf in a public forum. We have been accused of shrinking responsibility by not attending meetings and being made out to be grouchy, senile old codgers involved in constant pettiness and rancorous discourse. These statements, untrue, border on defamation of character.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
GK, thank you.
Your hat, sir.
Sir, your hat.
Just take it to him. Just take it to him.
Thank you,
Sir, you are welcome. If somebody will pass along, he is welcome to send those comments to each member of the Commissioners Court. I know I haven't received them. If somebody on the staff would share that with him, please. All right, next up we have Ellen Timberlake Voles.
This is mine. I don't know who he belonged to, but she's mine.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare, Commissioners. My name is Ellen Timberlake Voles, and I reside at 2706 Margaret Drive in Arlington and Tarrant County. Until May 2nd, I was a member of the Tarrant County Historical Commission and had served as Historical Marker Chair since 2012. To respect your valuable time as commissioners, the ousted members of the Historical Commission decided to let me speak for the group in an effort to get us all reinstated. On June 30th, I met with Commissioner Simmons, since I am appointed from Precinct 2, as I thought it best to follow the correct pecking order, and I thank you for that time. Commissioner Simmons informed me that the issue was originally presented in closed session by the Administrator's Office. She said you were all told that all Historical Commission members were called, whose terms had expired in January, had been personally called by someone in the Administrator's Office, and that all were on board with the recommendation to eliminate 20 seats and terminate their volunteer service. She also said you were told there was a lot of bickering and infighting among the members. Commissioner Simmons, I told you that neither of these statements were true. The bickering and infighting statement was the most shocking, as I have never observed such a thing. You told me the Administrator's Office had not provided any details or basis for such defamatory claims. In your August 22nd letter to me, you stated that county administrators had consulted with the district attorney's office and that both their recommendations and your subsequent vote complied with Chapter 318 of Texas Local Government Code. We are not questioning the legality of the action taken. We take exception to the ethics that underlie the decision. The recommendation by the county administrator's office to reduce the number of seats from 39 to 19 and effectively terminate the service of several of the oldest members of the Tarrant County Historical Commission was based on 3 pieces of misinformation. Number 1, there was a problem with absenteeism at bi-monthly meetings. Number 2, all terminated members had received a personal phone call from someone in the administrator's office and had agreed to the action. And number 3, there was a lot of infighting, bickering, and raucous discourse between members. None of these statements are true. You made a sweeping decision based on the fabrications from someone in the county administrator's office. We are asking you to acknowledge that you were given false information and reinstate those members of the Historical Commission who wish to continue serving the citizens of Tarrant County through historic preservation. To finish Bob's statement, serving as unpaid volunteer members of the Tarrant County Historical Commission is an honor. Commissioner Fickus.
Ma'am, thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Levon Cockrell.
I'm coming to Levon Cockrell. Nice to see you, commissioners and judge. Glad you're here. I'm glad for the work you do. What I have passing out to you is the 2021, 22, and 2022, 2023 minimum salary schedule for Texas teachers. You will notice at the very last, 20 and over year teacher. That pay was $54,540, and it was not increased in 2022-23. There was absolutely no increase from the state in the minimum salary of a teacher of Texas. No COLA, no, the electrician has gone up, the plumber has gone up, the child care has gone up. There is absolutely no increase, and I don't expect that the 23-24 minimum wage for a Texas teacher will have gone up. In 1 year, Mary Louise Nicholson, who I admire, is going to get with her auto $6,463.96 in a pay increase that you've approved. Judge O'Hare, you've been here 9 months. You're going to get a $6,848.96 pay increase. Mr. Wilder, $6,057.96. Wendy Burgess, who I admire, $6,055.96. There is obviously something wrong with this picture. And until we decide that the county money and the city money and the state money are all the same monies, and our most valuable assets in the whole wide world was Javante Myers, whose mother's going to get $1 million for his life. You couldn't give me $100 million for my son's life and think that we were even. It's distressing, it rattles my soul, and it's bothersome. And I believe that maybe we need to revisit this, and let's cut 25% of the salaries for the top people. 25%, just lop it off, so that we begin to mesh the teacher's salary who takes care of our children with your salary. So somehow we can begin to get even. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Daniel Bennett.
Commissioner, Judge, Dan Bennett, White Settlement. First off, Commissioner Simmons, I want to thank you for actually stating what the settlement was. I know it's probably in the documentation, but I think it's good that you state it on the platform. That way people who are watching are following the bouncing ball. I want to talk about TAD, my favorite subject. The meeting yesterday worked really well. By the way, your appointee, Mr. Puente, did an excellent job. I'm just so happy. Mr. Diot, he also did an excellent job. For those of you that do not know what happened, they actually put a redo on the agenda to reconfirm or redo over the confidence vote on the chief appraiser, even though he already had resigned. Apparently, Mr. Law took it upon himself to thank that body for a vote of confidence in his resignation letter, and he did not even give 2 weeks. That's really poor form. That kind of tells you the gentleman who's been directing our district for this length of time, when someone who can't even give the grace of a 2-week notice. He curbed walk a lot of people out of that building on the same day. I guess he took his own advice. So with the way that vote went, Jungus Jordan of Fort Worth, J.R. Martinez of Fort Worth ISD, and Tony Pompa, Arlington ISD, abstained from voting when that motion came up on the floor. And that motion was by Vince, Mr. Puente. I guess Mr. Jordan thought it was a little too stern, a little too harsh. I thought it was beautiful. So when it came time to actually cast those votes, Mr. Diot and Mr. Puente raised their hand, and no one voted no. The other 3 abstained. The motion passed 2-0 on a confidence vote on the chief appraiser. After the audio came out, that audio was locked and loaded for August 11th. And the only reason it wasn't sprung on that day is because Cal Woods was not in the room. But it worked out much better for all involved, because you got to see in real time, and the public got to see in real time, the gentleman who's been guiding that district since 2008. And in many aspects of his tenure has been brought to light. And hopefully we'll go forward. I don't totally agree with MBBA doing all the investigation work when it comes to software viability, but that is the attorney for the board, that is the firm. They just by default chose. They didn't, I think they need to have another set of eyes, not just one firm doing the whole thing, even though I like Matthew Tepper greatly. And I want to thank you, Judge. Your appointment of Mr. Puente.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Ended up being really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Lon Burnham.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know I'm standing between you and the celebration of Mr. Mania, so I'll be brief. I just want to remind you, it's been a long day, but Jackie Cox and Lydia Bean got up here and talked to you during the budget discussion. They made some really important points that I want to just re-emphasize, catch your attention at the end of the day, and I actually suggest that you re-watch what they had to say. Ms. Cox is extremely concerned, and rightfully so, that the county will make the same mistake it's already made and end up having to reimburse the national government for funds misspent. Ms. Bean has also raised some concerns about the potential misspending of federal funds. The Treasury Department is responsible for monitoring this. We think we made some bad decisions. We think we don't need a Taj Mahal. We need a better system for getting people out of our jail so we reduce the death rate. A year and a half ago, when we were talking about this privatized jail out in far west Texas, there was conversation about people not going out there unless they're actually the state's responsibility. That has not been the case. There was also talk about the fact that there's no hospital out there. So I don't know whether the person that died this week had a pre-existing condition and shouldn't have been out there in the first place, or that's just another lie being made up that we so often hear. So as I told the last Commissioner's Court, I really don't like spending the day here. I really don't want to have to come down here on a regular basis. But I'm also really, really tired of the number of people that are dying in our county jail because of misadministration and failed management. Now, have a good time at your party, but I hope for one moment you will think about the unnecessary deaths that are occurring in this county.
Thank you. Next up is Brent Hyder.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brent Hyder, and I reside at 4900 Bryce Avenue in Fort Worth and Tarrant County. I currently serve as chairman of the Tarrant County Historical Commission. In January of this year, I met with you, Judge O'Hare, along with past Chairman William Perdue and Chairman-elect Stacy Luker. One purpose of the meeting, according to Mr. Perdue, was to discuss how to solve the problem of achieving quorum at our bi-monthly meetings. I was new to the office, but have subsequently learned that a quorum was present at all but one of the scheduled meetings. Did I say something wrong? I was new to the office, but have subsequently learned that a quorum was present at all but one of the scheduled meetings in 2022. So in my opinion, this was not much of a problem. There had never been any discussion, either at a bi-monthly meeting or with members individually, about the issue of quorum. We were blindsided by the sweeping action of this court on May 2nd, reducing the Historical Commission from 39 to 19 appointed positions. If we had known, we would have been present that day to provide a different perspective to the county administrator's recommendation. This heavy-handed decision has taken a toll on the morale of remaining members. New members are at a loss as well because key individuals are no longer present to lead by example. Mr. Perdue and I met with some of you about reversing this action. For reasons unknown, you continue to refuse. You also refuse to add it to the agenda for discussion at an open public meeting. We are resigned to speak at this time in this way as a way to make public our side of this story. There are 11 members who are seeking reinstatement. Art Weinman has served as our treasurer for several years and was reelected in December 22nd. He was terminated. Clara and Robert Holmes serve as co-chairmen of the Heritage Tourism Committee and have a close relationship with one of our key benefactors. Ellen Timberlake Voles, from whom you just heard, serves as historical marker chair, and marker sponsors in Tarrant County depend on her for her knowledge and expertise. There are currently 15 historical markers at various stages in the process that require her oversight, and she is renowned across the state for her work. 8 other members serve in various capacities, and their contributions will be missed. We are all at a loss to understand why this court cannot simply increase the number of appointees to accommodate the reinstatement of these 11 loyal volunteers. It seemed simple enough for you to eliminate the positions. Why is reversing that decision so difficult? The members seeking reinstatement are 11: Jack Edmondson, Billy Joe Gabriel, Jacob Garcia, Robert Johnson.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right thing to do.
Thank you. All right, those are all the folks that I have sitting here signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement, and then I will have a couple of questions afterwards. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session, or proceed to the festivities and then reconvene to the closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Since there are no more public comments, and to my knowledge, nothing on the agenda for us to come back into regular session to comment on, would it be appropriate at this time to go into recess and go to the unveiling? There are people waiting, and then come back in closed session court.
Yes.
Okay, that'll be the plan. So we are going into recess. We will go downstairs to the festivities, to the event, and then we'll come back and finish our executive session. Thank you. We are now recessed.
Photographer. This is one of her pictures.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
Very nice.
Very cool.
Remember the pictures of the courthouse when it snowed and all that? She's the one who did all those.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember her.
Why did we not have them put up that picture of you when you started here?
What's that?
You look like Magnum PI, the mustache, the hair.
I used to be a handsome, not anymore. Okay, we're ready.
Okay.
We all got to make sure we get a before picture of Chandler.
All right, we are back from executive session and the unveiling of the GK Manius Administration Building naming in the front lawn. We have no items that need addressing during this session, so we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right. Commissioner Brooks, are you going to vote for this one?
He wants to stay.
There we go. All right, it passes 4-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Guys, thank you all for everything.
Yeah.
It is